Hey, yo, what up, peeps? Man, there's something I meant to talk about, and I completely forgot like what it was. Cause like right before I start stream, fucking neighbor's kid started fucking screaming again, and like I don't know what it is. I think it's just like empathy or whatever, but it drains me like whenever that like the kid screams. Like I literally just like I feel like so like aggravated and like tired like instantly. I don't know. And I keep like thinking that like the kid's like getting like abused or something. And got to points like where I had a buddy over and I was asking him about it, and he's had a kid, so I was just like, no, fucking kids are screaming. But like it'll start screaming, right? And I know like babies like they scream like over nothing, right? And then like I'll hear like stomping around or like crashing around or whatever, and then like I'll hear more screaming and then it stops. I have like no idea how old the kid is or anything. It could like literally be a baby, because like I know they have like multiple kids and they had like a newborn like I think it was like last year, like late last year. I can't remember. So it's probably like 6 months old. I don't know how like long those things scream for either. But anyways. Man, so yeah, I go to Chipotle like every day, and I hate like the road I take there, like the Chipotle's on. They put these like the steel plates like in the road, and it's like I hate like I don't understand the purpose of them, which is probably why I hate them so much. And like I know they can pop tires if you hit like the corner of them like at the wrong angle or whatever. And I hate those things, right? And like I have like it's not a sport car, but it's also like not like a traditional sedan. Like it's kind of like it's a civic sport touring, and like they put like smaller tires on it basically, right? So like I like extra worry about the tires, and so I'm like trying like to like go like a different route, right? But the problem is like where they have like these steel plates, like there's like literally no way to go to avoid them. Other than like going to like a parking lot of Micro Center, and so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do that today. Like it's gonna take a little bit more time, but you know, F it, right? So they have this speed bump like in like the parking lot, and like I like literally slowed down to like 0 miles an hour, like went over it, like crawled over it, and my car fucking bottoms out on it. And I was like, I understand like they make what they call skid plates and like put those like under the car like for that exact purpose. But like it still like makes me like really pissed off because like speed bumps, they have a purpose, right? And the purpose is, like, you know, get people to slow down. But, like, the amount of damage that they do to cars is, like, not worth it. And it's, like, to the extent, like, that they basically lean away from those now. Because, like, they realize, like, that damage. They do, like, other things, what they call traffic calming measures. Just basically, like, you know, they'll make, like, a windy road or, like, a more narrow road or more distractions, like, on the side of the road. Basically, like, in an effort to get people to slow down, like, subconsciously. Instead of doing, like, those, the speed bumps. The problem is, like, there's this, like, ice... I don't know how it happened, but there's, like, this ice patch, right? That has, like, these, like, craters in it. And, like, same thing there. Like, I will bottom out on that. And it's just... And that's, like, if I take, like, you know, go back on, like, the main road instead of taking back roads. It's just like there's no winning. Another thing too is, like, you know, I don't know if you're supposed to slow down for those, like, steel plates or not, but I do. You know, because, like, I don't want to, like, damage my car. And then, like, some people, like, honk at you for slowing down. It's just like, I'm in the right lane, guys, like... Sorry, I'm driving, like, a newer car, not a beater like you are. You know? Anyways. That's my ranting for the day. I'm sure I'll rant more later, but for now, it's my ranting. I'm just like an old grumpy man at this point. Almost 38. Yeah, speaking of which, it's my birthday month. Not even... That didn't, like, register for whatever reason. Also, is... No, it's Sunday, right? Dude, that's, like, the other thing, too. Like, the, you know, since I'm, like, on furlough, like... This is, like, the end of the second... I'm pretty sure it's Sunday. I have to drop off this, my new rental lease. That's the reason I'm curious. Yeah, it's Sunday. So I still have time to do that. Probably do that tonight. Because they're not open on Sundays. Yeah, like when I'm on furlough, like I just like lose sense of time, because the only, like, real difference is, like, you know, stuff being open. And, and the traffic flow. Like, traffic is so much different. Like when Chipotle opens, like if I go there like right when they open, like at like 11, you know? Like there's zero traffic on the road, right? Like on Monday through Friday. But if I go there at like 11:30 or like, you know, noon, like it'll like literally take me like double the time, like at least. So just interesting to me, you know. And then like a lot of the reasons like I know that too isn't necessarily because like casual driving, but because I was like driving for that's like my job. That's the other thing. My buddy was like asking, he's like, "Do you miss the job yet?" And I was like, "No." And he's just like, "Man, like when I am off like a week, I miss it." And I was just like, I don't think that would ever happen for any job ever, like for me and you. I don't know. I ain't about that life. Kind of a minor thing, but I think I told you guys I ordered like the wrong mattress size, and that's like a lot of reasons like my trip's like getting delayed, right? They did accept my return for like the old mattress, but since it's not through Amazon, they can't just take it to Staples and like have them deal with it. I have to like ship it to like the people who sold that mattress. So like I have to. I don't know. I'm hoping because like when they send it in this like small ass box because they like vacuum seal it and like they press it down like real well and everything. And I don't have like the means to do that shit. So like I'm gonna have to send it in a bigger box. And I really hope that the shipping label that they sent me is going to be good for that, If not, like, the shipping's going to be, like, way too much money. I mean, like, it's, like, only, like, $115 mattress. It's not like it's not like a Tempur-Pedic or some shit. Oh my god, that's what I meant to talk about. I just realized this is what I'm gonna like, open the stream with. But like, so a game I've been like looking forward to like a lot, called Azure the Creation, like is dead. They sent like out what they call a warn notice, which is like basis like huge. It's basically like a notice that like they're gonna like lay off like a bunch of people. Like there's like minimums for it, like where it's basically it has to be a company of a certain size and it has to be like a certain amount of the employees at that company, right? So like if you like work on this like small little mom and pop and like they're closing up shop, they don't have to give you a warn notice, right? But like say like Amazon for example, like they're kind of in the news for like I think they just like laid off like 16,000 workers or some shit. Like they'd have to send out like a warn notice for that. But like the company that was making Ashes of Creation, they sent out one of these warn notices. And yeah, I guess like they're closing up shop. Like they're just canceling the game. It's not confirmed to be canceled yet, but like like I said, like they're sending out that warn notice, and like basically every single employee is getting canned. So it's just like, what does like one person make the game? And there's been like a lot of controversy in the game like already. It's like the point like that people keep calling it a scam game. And like the gist of it is first off, like the CEO used to run like an MLM, like a multi-level marketing company, and they sold like these. I think it's called like X Energy, if I remember right. Which is funny because I think I've had those energy drinks. And like they were kind of tasty, right? I don't know how like good they were for you or anything like that, but anyways. So that's like the first thing that like kind of tipped people off that hey, this is a scam game. Like this guy's like the shady business guy, right? So the whole like multi-level marketing stuff is like it's a scam. Like, you know, like the guys up top get rich, and like the guys like on the bottom are basically paying for them to get rich. And it all trickles up. It's like you didn't make your sales, fuck you, pay me, you know? That's the gist of it, MLM. Pretty glad that those things, they kind of came and went, right? It's like they're basically Ponzi schemes with extra steps, right? And I think like I'm not positive, but I think like some of them got like sued like over it, you know, for being, you know, Ponzi schemes with extra steps. I'm not positive on that. Don't quote me on that. But like I think that's like a lot of the reason you don't see them anymore. Maybe people like wisened up too, you know. I don't know. So the next thing is, I guess, I don't know this, I'm just like repeating stuff that I heard. But I heard that they were using like pre-rendered video and passing it off as gameplay. Which, you know, pre-rendered basically means that like they are making cutscenes, more or less, and acting like they're gameplay, okay? Dang it. So that was like the whole like number 2 thing, and then like the third thing, and I have like less of an issue with this third thing. Kind of like did them like in order like of like how severe I think they are. The third thing is like they sold these alpha keys for $250, and they're like limited, right? So like the whole idea, like anything that's limited has like an artificial scarcity, right? Well, and I guess it wouldn't be artificial; it'd be just a scarcity, right? But then, like a few months later, they sold more of these keys, so it did become artificial scarcity. And instead of selling them for $250, they sold them for $100. And this is like before like the whole Steam release and everything, so technically, you know, they sold more alpha keys like for $20 later on, because that's what the Steam thing was. I think it was an alpha. I don't think it was a beta. So I'm just like I'm sitting there like thinking like how like a scam like that would work, which and like what I came to like to think of is like, you know, you as like a CEO of a company like that, like you have like a salary, right? So the guy might have inflated his salary, knowing this game's like not going to come out like ever, and then like, you know, string along, base as long as possible, right? And then you stop getting funding at a certain point, and that's like when you start selling cosmetics and sell keys, because cosmetics are easy to make in games. People don't realize that. Like, anytime you can buy like a horse for like $10, like that is way easier to make than like a new dungeon, you know? So that's like why like people always like laugh about you know, StarCraft Ghost getting cancelled, or like the StarCraft universe like in general, because like they sold like a fucking cosmetic mount in World of Warcraft, and it made more money than StarCraft Ghost ever did, or StarCraft ever did. And it was like, you know, you're talking years and years of development for like StarCraft versus like a fucking week and make a cosmetic mount. That's like the whole joke too, with like the horse armor from Elder Scrolls being like the downfall of gaming. That's like, that's kind of like the first, I don't know if it's like necessarily like the first time it ever happened, but it's definitely the first like mainstream time that like the whole cosmetic DLC happened. So. Yeah, I'm bummed though. There's like one MMO I was actually like pretty much like looking forward to. And you know, flaws and all, I still like, I watched videos like of the alpha, beta, whatever you want to call that, and I was like still interested, you know? Like people were you know, complaining about like the lack of quests, and I'm just like, have you guys like never played like stuff like, you know, classic WoW? Like the whole like leveling classic WoW, like the most efficient way like to level in that game is you like literally like grind mobs from like objective to objective. And at certain points, like on like Alliance side, like you like literally grind mobs for like 2 levels straight. As like the most like efficient way to level. It's like I think people got like spoiled from like stuff like Guild Wars 2, who have like this like really good questing system that like you have tons and tons of activities all the way from like 1 to 80 and beyond. God, dude, I love that damage. You hit like 5 moms with the sword. 2,500 damage. Love it. You love to see it. How did both of those miss? Yo, what up, West? Hey, thanks for the follow, by the way. I fixed my activity feed on OBS. So I actually saw that you followed. Appreciate that. I still haven't fixed like the alerts or anything like that though. So I can see it now on my end. Good to hear. So satisfying. 2,500 damage swings. I gotta take a picture of this. It's a running meme. I don't know how it started, but there's like a running meme like in like the one of the Discords I'm in. Specifically, it's so specifically Zaleer level 20, and I think like someone was like missing that, and they were getting like really like upset about like missing it, and like it's kept getting worse and worse. I guess I don't know. I put it in 3 hours. I always laughed at that save to memory card thing as like a lie. Like when you like after like that loading screen. Because like after that pops up, it pops up kind of left hand side, saying that it's saved. And counting. Dude, I was in there's a streamer, she plays like World of Warcraft, which I used to play like a lot, and she's like live like in the same city as me. And someone like was in her stream and they shared like it was like a 31 watch streak, and I was like, dear lord. Like a couple of years ago I watched Twitch that much, but this year and last year, like not a chance. And plus like some people like don't, like I don't keep a schedule, right? Which I think they changed. It's like now it's like get like one stream every 24 hours. It's not like every stream. But it used to be like you like literally had to watch every single stream that like the streamer did. to get that streak. So like the times like where, you know, I stream for like 30 minutes because I'm testing out like settings like an OBS or whatever, like that would count for your streak. You missed that, your streak's gone. Which I guess I could still be a dick and stream for like 30 minutes in like a 24-hour period, right? I wouldn't purposely do that. I don't like streaming for like 30 minutes. You don't get like into the flow like on that first run. Like you're always like a little like rusty, you know? Like my buddy and I played Monster Hunter, and like every single first hunt is like almost always a failure, right? Like when you're like fighting like hard stuff like Gagmazios or like Crimson Glow Veil Strax. Hey, first red box of the day. Photon drop. Better than the Guilty Light. IMO. Yeah, we started playing Rise again last night because we're like done with Wilds again. Like we have like everything. The only thing, like, he wants to like kill all the monsters and get like all the titles for it. Like, so you basically have to kill like them all like 30 to 50 times depending on the monster. Just I don't think it's worth it. Those titles are dumb to me, but. So I started playing Rise again, because the end of Monster Hunter Rise, they do this like anomaly thing, and it is such a huge grind, like the anomaly thing is. I don't like the thing that like blows my mind is like if you ever like look at like the ratings on Steam for like Monster Hunter Wilds, it's like I think it's mixed right now, because like of performance issues and everything. But like I don't know, I can't imagine coming from Rise to going to Wilds and thinking that like Wilds is like worse than Rise is. I guess if you never played, I guess like what I should say is like if you went from like Worlds to Rise to Wilds, that's a mouthful. Like Rise is like the outlier, right? Like it is way faster paced. Like it's like a lot like floatier. Like I think like Wilds is like kind of like a mix between the two, but like every single like the start of every mission, you have to like run around and collect these like bugs to like increase like your HP, and it's just like the worst feeling ever, right? Like you basically like waste like a few minutes like at the start of every mission running around. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. And then like the other thing that like drives like a wall and rise is like the wish list. Instead of like most of the time like the wish list would be like, hey, like you have all the items like to craft this item. But for whatever, do I need this? I think I already have. No, I have 3. Like you've like discovered like the items to craft this, or you have like 1 of like out of 5. Well, like it'll pop up like a different message. So like literally like every single time like I like go back to the lobby after a mission, I get spammed with like 20 pop-up boxes from stuff in my wish list that I can't actually craft. It's like pretty aggravating. And then there's these like wave missions that like I don't know, they feel weird. Because you can basically like do nothing for like the first like 20 minutes of the wave mission, like the last area, and then like you fight like the mob. And it's like a souped up mob, but you have like turrets and stuff to fight it. It's a really weird system. But the problem is like that wave thing has like its own like unique rewards. And so like I don't have like a lot of weapons made just because I don't like to do that wave thing. And like it's not just me, like no one likes to do it, because like if you do it, like no one will join you. I don't know. If you started playing like Monster Hunter though, like when that game first came out, like you'd probably like, love it. Like if you have like no idea of like what like the other Monster Hunters are like. So there's like a lot of content, and like I do think like there's like a pretty good presentation of it, and I do think the game's fun at the end of the day. It's just not. Not like the others. Okay, guys. $76. Hey, we got an ATA level. 3 ATP. That's a good level. $964,000 for next level. I've said like in the past that I think like we'll be done with the caves by like level 180, and like I'm like starting to think like less and less that we'll be done with the caves by 180. I mean, you're basically looking at 4 million experience, right? And 70,000. How many runs is this? We'll pull up a calculator. 4 million divided by 70,000. 57 runs. That'll be close, honestly. Because times that by 25, that's 1,428 milk peaks. You know, give or take 25. And that's like the rarest drop that we're hunting right now. divided by 25. Oops. Times 25. We're going to times that by 30, and then divide that by 60. We're looking at 28 and a half more hours to level 180, roughly, of streaming. Technically, I can do these runs quicker than 30 minutes, but with, like, you know, AFK breaks and stuff. More than likely, I'll be level 180 by the time I go back to working. Which, you know, I have a hard time streaming when I work. Because I work weird hours a lot of time. And then, you know, by the time I go back to work, it's gonna get, like, you know, nicer weather. I'm gonna, like, want to be outside more, so. I am going to attempt, I'm not gonna promise this, but I'm gonna attempt to make sure I stream at least once per week, like when I go back to work. Because I think, like, I'll have at least, like, one day off a week, you know, like, where I'm getting called off, at least for a while anyways. Or, conversely, you know, weekends. I think I can dedicate at least, you know, a few hours every weekend to streaming. I need to put some eye drops in. My eyes are dry. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like if he gets frozen, like he won't double split. Fine, because you can get, you know, all the splits anyways. Like that should have been like a double split, I'm pretty sure. So I'm not even, like, this is like where they spawned at, and I'm not even in like the lower right quadrant. I think it's just being like in this middle part in general. Razan 20. I have all my spells maxed out, if you're curious. I thought about saving them for like an alt or whatever, but I've like literally played like an alt very, very little. Sometimes I'll play an alt, like if I like have like an appointment or something and I don't have like the 30 minutes required to do a whole run. And I was like playing like an alt for a while to get a Sato. My Mega's lame looking. I think I've given up on like the whole concept of no caffeine anymore. I think I'm just gonna be like one of those people that drinks 8 cups of coffee in the morning. Technically it's 2 cups because I drink a pint, but didn't mean to do that. Go Nano Dragon! Do your 200 damage. Oh, 340, nice. I was getting worried for a second that I had two crits. Like I think a third crit would have killed him. I should have done a weak attack for that third attack. You know, we haven't used Demo Comet in a minute. I could probably one-shot those guys with Demo Comet now, too. But, like, before, it was, like... It was very close, like, every time. I still think like this attack pattern is like very satisfying. The 2-1-3 and like little twirling. Why am I not hitting that guy to the side? What the fuck? I have like... I don't know if it's allergies or what, but my fucking... It's gotta be allergies, right? My eyes burning. Itchy throat. That screams allergies to me. So they can still drop items, like even though like they get team killed. I didn't know that. one photon drop done. Give me a few minutes. I'm gonna fill up my water, put some eye drops in, use the restroom. You know, there used to be like a way to like force like an ad, and I don't remember how to do that because I would do that since I'm gonna be AFK. I wonder if I can. I probably have to do that on Twitch itself. Yeah. Alright, I'm back. I hit my controller barely too late to not have to deal with that cutscene loading. I hate putting in eye drops, man. Like, I don't think there's an easy way to put them in. Like, I just always flinch, you know? My twitches like mad. Yeah, the nice thing about running a like one of those like longer ads is like there's no pre-rolls now for like the next hour. So if like anyone like joins the stream, they're not gonna get like that introductory ad. I knew I was too close. I think that Lily has killed me more than any other Lily on like the whole mission. But I think he's killed me like 4 or 5 times at this point, at least. And then I know like there's like one other one that's killed me at least once. Dude, my eyes feel like instantly better after putting in those drops, though. Holy crap. They must have been dry. I'm not positive, but I think, like... So it's either two things, right? Like, it's, you know, it's wintertime, right? So, like, it's just drier out in general. But also, like, I started, like, lotioning myself, like, the past, like, year, like, last year. And, like, I never, like, really, like, used, like, lotion much. And then, like, because I've been doing that, like, I'm, like, more cognizant of, like, how dry my skin is, like, and how, like, bad it gets sometimes. And, like, my forehead, my face, like in general, like if I'm like outside or like I take like a long like hot shower, like it is like like it's like it gets like splotchy, like red, and that's like a sign of like extreme dry skin. And I don't really know, like no one ever explains like this, like I don't know if it's like considered basic or like no one explains body care to like that extent, right? Like of like how you're supposed to put like lotion on your face, like so I don't know how like close it's supposed to put to my eyes, and on top of that, like I think like that's like what's happening is like that lotion, like you know maybe like I'm like rubbing my eyes or something, and like the lotion's getting from my hand to my eye or something, I don't know. I know that stuff's like not toxic to the eye, but I'm sure it's like irritant to the eye. And what I mean by this is one of the first things like you like learn, like when you're like dealing with like long hair, is to not shampoo your hair every day, okay? Because like shampoo is taking off like the oils and the grease and everything like off your hair. And on top of that, you're not supposed to shampoo like all your, like if you have like long hair, you're not supposed to shampoo all your hair. You're only supposed to shampoo like your scalp. And then you use conditioner, and you're not supposed to use that on your scalp. You're only supposed to use that like on like the lengths of your hair. So it's kind of like this like weird to me. My whole issue is like my hair gets like, if I don't shower like that second day, like my hair like looks like visibly greasy like on top. So I don't understand like because a lot of people say like, you know, shower like once every 3 days. Like, not shower, but like wash your hair like once every 3 days. Shower every day, wash your hair once every 3 days. So I don't know. But again, like none of this stuff was like ever explained to me growing up. Like it's all like stuff that like I've like learned more recently, and I'm, you know, 37 years old, almost 38. Yeah, I basically found out that, like, it's a lot to do with, like, hormones. Like, high testosterone individuals. It's basically impossible to get, like, hair that, like, looks as smooth and silky and whatnot. Like, as, like, a, you know, as a girl who takes care of her, like, hair, like, really nicely. To sign up like it's like literally like estrogen is like part of the reason like that happens. It's like estrogen and biotonin, and then like, you know, some skincare stuff. Conversely, high testosterone also causes like hair thinning and hair loss. So. Why like a lot of bodybuilders are bald. They're curious. I always forget about those bombs there. Monofluid. Yeah, I thought about like putting like all my ad rolls at like at 3 minutes. It's like Twitch wants you to have like a minute and a half minimum, which I have like mine set to 30 seconds per hour. But like, one, let's be like realistic here. Like we all know like ad blockers exist, right? So like, if you really hate ads, like there's that, like, you know. And then some people have Twitch Turbo, and then on top of that, like, you know, there's just like the option of subbing if ads get too much. But really, it's just like the idea, like getting like the pre-rolls off for like people stopping in for like a while, because like that's the other thing too. Statistically speaking, the majority of viewers, like on any given stream, like they're not watching like the whole stream. They're not even watching half the stream. And like that's true for like basically any streamer. I'm sure there's like exceptions to that rule, obviously. There's exceptions to every like rule, right? But like, they kind of have to like cater to like the casual viewer, you know. I guess you don't have to, but I don't know. It's one of those situations, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I would turn off ads if I could, like straight up, like. And I've talked about this like ad nauseum in the past, so I don't know. The other thing too is, you know, I put my VODs like up on YouTube, and you know. Ads are a lot more friendly on YouTube than they are on Twitch, which is hilarious to say. You can skip like an ad like after 5 seconds, or like some. I don't know if they still do like the pop-up ads, like the overlay ads. I know they were doing that for a while instead of like, you know, stopping like the video for ads. The only thing that sucks about ads on YouTube is until you're like part of like their partner program or whatever, you don't get like the money for them. Like YouTube gets the money for them, which is weird to me. Like, hey, thanks for making this content on our platform. We're gonna monetize it. We're doing like the bare minimum effort. And meanwhile, my YouTube channel has been like at like the affiliate threshold for like years, except for like the subscriber threshold, so I can't get affiliate on YouTube. Because you have to, I think, it used to be 1,000 subscribers. I don't know if it still is, but. Like I'm like always over the watch hours and like the content uploaded and everything. It just subscriptions. And like I thought about like trying to cheese it like with shorts, you know, because like I know shorts like have like a better engagement rate, like on YouTube. Like I mean, like, you know, basically every platform now, like Facebook, TikTok, YouTube. Like short videos just are like the thing right now. But the metrics are actually different for shorts than they are for like long format videos. My most popular uploads on Facebook is I post like a video of like hitting a flat tire with a hammer to show like the difference between like a flat and like a aired up tire. And it had like 10,000 views in like a week, and I was like, holy shit. And I thought about like posting like more videos, but like the company I work for, they don't really like that. So I have to like be like really careful about like showing like their logo and everything. Speaking of which, you guys might laugh about this, but like I've played like a lot of like American Truck Simulator, right? And so once Ohio comes to that game, I'll probably like play that game for like a while. But also another company is like making a game similar to that. I can't think of the name of the game itself, but it's made by the same people who made Mud Runner and Snow Runner, which are these like they're more like those games are more like off-road and like extreme condition games, but like they're known for like having like really good like physics and like in them, which is like one of the main things that American Truck Simulator like really lacks. Or like dynamic like traffic and like dynamic weather, like they're adding like those systems. So like it might be like a really good alternative to American Truck Simulator. So I'll probably end up giving that like a try like when it comes out. I have no idea like when that is or anything. So I might stream that like on Twitch, I might stream it on YouTube, but I don't think it's supposed to come out until like the end of the year, if I remember right. Not for a while anyways. I'll probably like look it up. We can do that. Man, those are some meaty swings. I gotta get hit like it all somehow. Oh, what I just picked up. So you don't even have to like hit like enemies like for like the split to happen. So I just shot into nothingness, and it still split them. And then like on top of that, I cast like a Resta afterwards, and it still split them. Interesting. I think that Oblo has killed me at least once too. And I'm positive like one of these guys has killed me, like the lizard's about to spawn. Because I used to clear out that room. I can't find it, man. I wonder if I just go to the Steam page and like look up the developer. I can't find it, man. Bonk. Upcoming semi-truck game. Road Kings. I think that's it. Scheduled for release in 2026. Wow, fail. Broke 2 combos. There's also a Truck Simulator 2026 coming out. I haven't heard anything about that though. I don't know. I probably wouldn't be like nearly as excited for like any other ones, because I know like a lot of them have like came and like went that like aren't very good. Like there was like Alaskan Trucker one that like went like very heavy, like in like the realism. It's like where like yeah, like have food and everything, and like you like literally had to like walk around the truck, do a pre-trip, and like hook up the lines and stuff like that. And people didn't like that like it as much. I never played it. Thanks, camera. $27 Bowie, dang. I think I would hate playing like a force, like doing this like challenge like kind of force. There's a tri-food somewhere. There it is. Oh my I was closer. Oh, 1103? That guy got messed up. That might have been like my highest hit like ever. I've definitely had like a lot like in like the 1080 range. Road Kings. Release date. What the fuck? It says please log in. Like I'm on the Steam app, I'm logged in. Verifying login information. Error. I don't know if it's gonna mess it up, because it used to be like if I like try to open up Steam, like while like streaming, like it'd like mess up. So I'm not even gonna mess with that right now. That's the game I was thinking of, Road Kings. I don't think there's like an official release date yet, so it's probably like late 2026 if I had to guess. So nothing that really need to worry about for quite some time. I've never played like one of those like Mudrunner Expedition games or whatever, but like, I know like the main complaint that people have with them is that they like don't respect your time, as people say. Like you can sit there and spend like 2 hours like trying to attempt a mission, only to realize like that you don't have like the right vehicle for it, and then like have that vehicle get stuck and like have to like use like another vehicle to get like that vehicle out, and spend like another 2 hours like getting that vehicle out. It's just but I do know like the people who like those games like really like them. So my whole thing like with those games is like you think like you can like build like bridges and stuff to like, you know, for like shortcuts, but like the mud and like stuff like never gets like better. And if you think like there'd be like some sort of progression system like where you can like, instead of like having this muddy path or whatever, you can turn like that like into like a road. So like going down that like the next time would be better. Like Death Stranding like has a system like that, like where yeah, sure, like the first few times like you're like literally like running across like the area, but then like after that you know, you can like drive your bike across it or stuff like that, like a little buggy. That's like a game like that intrigues me so much that I will probably never play. Because people basically say it's like 30 hours of like walking simulator and like these like small upgrades. And then like 10 hours of this like amazing fucking game. And like the fact that it's got like Léa Seydoux in it and Norman Reedus and Guillermo del Toro and I can't think of who else is in it. I know there's other actors in it though. I think they're making like a movie out of it or TV series, so I'll probably just wait for that. I'm surprised they haven't made Kingdom Hearts, like a game movie based off that, or series based off that. The Cosmoverse got picked up by Apple TV. I'm like super excited about that. I guess like Brandon Sanderson was like really upset with like how Wheel of Time turned out and like the amount of like the lack of control that he had over that with Amazon. So like he like didn't like want to like touch them like again. And I don't know like how much like of like that like he like IP he owned, because if you only think about like Wheel of Time, like it was written by like a different writer and the guy basically like gave Brandon Sanderson like all the notes to finish it because the guy like died, right? And like he knew he was dying, so he like wanted like to get finished. And he's just like, you write like a lot like me, and like you can do like good things like with like these notes. So he like let him like have like the reins of it. I do know that he was like oversight though, like on that show, but he wasn't happy with like how it went. And obviously like the show didn't do well. It got canceled after a few seasons, and from my understanding, it's a kind of cliffhanger thing. And like all the people who like read the books like were like really upset about it. But like, I worry too, because like Foundation, for example, is based off a book. But like it's not like the source material is kind of like the House of the Dragon, like where it's like snippets of like information, and then like they're kind of like filling in the blanks. So like, it seems like weird that people are upset about not following the source material, but like you can't follow the source material exactly how it is, because then you like wouldn't like have like the format doesn't work the same like on on TV versus book, like when you do like all those like time jumps and have like snippets of information versus like a complete narrative arc. But like, I don't know. I love Foundation, and I guarantee that show is like losing money. But like, if you ever watch it, it looks like a fucking $1 billion on the screen like at all times. So like, I like that like alone, the fact that like they're like not abandoning that show and like seeing it as like an investment to like attract people to like that service. And I think Silo's like the same way, like where there's like no way they have like enough subscribers like to make it that show profitable. And There's been a couple other shows that they've had, like, I can't think of the names of the other ones right now. Man in the High Castle, which is like this alternate story about like what if like World War II like went differently. I think they make it like so Hitler wins or whatever. Don't quote me on that. I've not watched the show. And then For All Mankind, I think it's called. Which again I have not watched, but I've heard good things about. Which I think that's about people going to Mars. Like if the space race like never ended. Little history for you. But you know, like during Cold War, we entered this space race with Russia to try to get to the moon first. And, spoiler alert, we won. You know, we made it to the moon. Which is, you know, been up for debate constantly, like, over, like, the years. There's, like, the whole theory that, like, Stanley Kubrick directed, like, the moon landing. Or Kubrick's brother. I don't know, man. It's all weird. I watched like a lot of like documentaries like on both sides of that, and like I came to like the understanding that like I think it happened, okay? But like I know like my brother, he's like a moon landing denier. And like there's like any good conspiracy theory, like there's reason like that both sides like make sense, right? Like that's like the thing that like a lot of people don't like realize like about conspiracy theories is like they'll make a conspiracy theory, but like it doesn't make sense like when you like think about it, like what like there's gotta be like a motivation, right, for like any conspiracy theory. Like, there's that whole conspiracy theory that, like, there's, like, aliens, like, living in, like, the mountain, like, out in Alaska or whatever. Like, what do the aliens get out of that? That they haven't, like, uncovered themselves, or, like, we haven't, like, gone, like, in the mountain and, like, or, like, you know, divulged that they exist or whatever. Like, there's gotta be, like, a reasoning, you know? Oops. Got to split that one. I used to love conspiracy theories for like a long time in my life, and then every conspiracy theory boils down to like, hey, we don't trust the government, and like, I get that, because like, there's like some really fucking weird stuff, like, that like has like people are basically like, gaslit into thinking like, hey, you're fucking crazy for thinking that, and then like 20 years like later it comes out and it's true. Like the whole story of like the United States government trying to create like a truth serum, and that's basically like how like LSD got created. It's because they're trying to find create a truth serum, you know, it's something that they could give to prisoners or people they're interrogating or whatever. And like they are forced to tell the truth, right? And yeah, so they accidentally created like LSD by doing that. My favorite one that got declassified was that we tried doing psychic wars with Russia at one point, the Soviet Union, I should say. And boy, that's a doozy if you go down it. Because so the whole thing is like these guys like never, they couldn't trace like anything back, like any intel back to these guys that wasn't already like known like in other branches, just like highly classified intel, you know. And then like there was like this like weird situation because like so like the whole thing is like they went into like this like astral plane basically, like, right? And like in this astral plane they could like go to like different areas or whatever and like, you know, spy on people, but like they were like in like an astral form, right? And like multiple of these guys, both like on our side and like the Soviet Union side, talked about like these hidden military bases like, inside mountains that were like not only like military but also aliens. Like so like that's like the main pieces of evidence like for like the whole like aliens like living like in like the mountains thing. I say evidence, you know, with like skepticism, like a lot of skepticism, because it's, you know, just what people are saying. You know, hearsay is not the same as evidence, right? Anyways, but the weirdest thing about this is like there was multiple times like where they reported having battles like in like the psychic plane, like with like the counter op, right? Like the Soviet Union counter ops. And in one situation, this guy went in the astral plane and then had a like he died, and other people basically said that like no, he got like attacked by like a Soviet soldier like in the astral plane, like that's like why he died. And then like they examined him and like it wasn't like, I can't remember like what like the autopsy like revealed, but it wasn't like he like there was like no signs of death basically. He just like died. So like it's all weird, you know? And this is stuff that's uncovered documents from the CIA. And like the craziest thing about like this whole thing is like these guys never, like they never disbanded that department. They just basically like stopped recruiting for that department. So like these guys like retired from like the, you know, CIA or, you know, died like natural causes or whatever, and then they just like never replaced them or whatever. Or like they moved them like to departments. But like the department itself was like never disbanded. Which is like also like really weird. There was like a lot of scrutiny too because, you know, they basically would not like let like actual scientists analyze these guys because they were, you know, government workers and classified government workers. They didn't want their trade secrets getting out, and, you know, possibly picked it up by like the Soviet Union. Crazy, crazy story. So yeah, I get like the whole idea like that conspiracy exists probably for like a good reason. Conspiracy theories exist for probably a good reason. But like, a lot of them like that I have like they boil down to like subtle like racism or xenophobia or something like that, you know? Like the whole idea that the HIV thing, you know? There's like that whole theory that HIV started because like someone in Africa had sex with a monkey or whatever, which is not really a possibility. Dang it! Ooh, I missed anyways. More than likely, someone either A, got attacked by a monkey, or B, like nowadays, like the biggest reason that people get like HIV and AIDS or whatever isn't like, you know, sexually transmitted. It's from mosquitoes. So like, you know, theoretically that happened. Like, it was a mosquito bit like a monkey and then bit a human. But like, I think like the whole reason, you know, like that conspiracy theory, if you want to call it that, you know, became prominent though, is like a form of like racism though, you know? Like these people are they have sex with animals, like, you know, to dehumanize them, which there's all sorts of like ones that are like similar to that I think like that like discredits like a lot of conspiracy theories just in concept, because it's just like, what type of agenda are you trying to push, you know? You're trying to sway the public opinion about something with like this lavish story, and like that's just a thing that's like done throughout history, is like people telling lavish stories to try to persuade public opinion. I mean, that's like the whole like reason for like the town scryer profession, right? Like they would sit there and tell these stories about the king or the people to push public opinion one way or the other. Like, I don't know. Like, oh, the king dropped a steak and the dog bit it, and the king continued eating the steak. And like now, like that just gets like embellished. It's just like the king eats dogs, you know, like same idea. I mean, hell, you know, fucking modern day, you know. Here's a video of Alex Peretti violently assaulting officers 11 days before he got executed in the street. Just like, okay, one, that's like him spitting on a vehicle is not assaulting an officer. Two, that still does not excuse being fucking executed in the street. Sometimes I get political and I probably shouldn't. Because Asmongold is one of Twitch's most fucking popular streamers, and Hassan is one of the most popular streamers, and they have like a lot of different political ideologies than I do, let's put it lightly. I've said this like in the past, but like, in what world does someone like look at Asmongold and like Wait, what? Oh, that's probably a guilty light. There's no gold bombers in this room. Yeah. I didn't see that drop, though. In what world does like someone like look at Asmongold and like realize like the way he's like living and be like, oh yeah, like no, I want my political opinions from that dude. Like there's like literally hour-long streams of him like pulling out like food out of like a carton and it's fucking molded, you know, because it's like been in like that carton for so long. Or like there's fucking videos of like roaches like in his living area. And like now that guy's a political influencer. Like I said this like growing up, but like, you know, I consider myself like a smart person, right? But like at the same time, like I've not gone to school for like, you know, being a doctor, for example. So like if a doctor tells me something, I'm just gonna take like what they're telling me, you know, at word, you know, like, because I assume that they know better than me about like that field, right? So like it kind of gets to the point of like a dictatorship or like communism or whatever, but like it just seems like we should like let people who like are more knowledgeable about different things like make decisions for certain things and not have like this guy who's like got a fucking 2-digit IQ, you know, decide like the president, for example. Because he can talk charismatically and he likes the way, like he insults his opponent, so like the guy thinks he's just a truth teller because like he also doesn't like his opponent. Like it just or like if someone that can't like differentiate between someone like a bot account and like being persuaded by bots like on social media versus like I don't know. There's like a concept of people taking a political literacy test to be able to vote in some countries. If you think about it, like, you know, we make like a big deal about like the Oscars, for example. Like there was news that came out that like a lot of like the Oscar committee didn't watch like a lot of the movies like that were nominated for Oscars. So it ended up being like this like weird popularity award, right? Because they're not watching like all the nominations. So how can you tell like what the best nomination is if you haven't seen all the nominations, right? So now they have to like basically track like when they watch movies, put like the minimum like effort in order like to vote for certain categories. Anyways, I'm done talking about politics, because I'm just going to be like worked up. Probably annoy someone. That trailer for the Darth Maul series looks fucking sick, bro. I say this as someone who like really likes Clone Wars and somewhat like in Druid Rebels. And I think the same people are making that. I'm not positive. But I was just like, sign me the fuck up. I'm still waiting for Ahsoka Season 2, even though, like, I feel like I'm gonna be, like, disappointed on that because the guy that plays Balin died. Speaking of culture shock, man, Catherine O'Hara, like, I know who that is and everything, but, like, I didn't realize, like, she was, like, that big of a celebrity, you know? I never watched Schitt's Creek, though. Which I know, like, that's the most popular thing she was part of. James Gandolfini that hit me hard when he passed. He was like young though. Like Catherine O'Hara, I think was like 71. James Gandolfini was like 56 or some shit. And like I grew up watching Sopranos. I've watched Sopranos like all the way through like 3 times, 4 times. And then Robin Williams was another one. He had to stand up on HBO, man. I thought it was the funniest fucking thing like when it came out. I've got a sport for you. We'll call it golf. We hit the ball and put it in the hole. Oh, kind of like croquet. Fuck croquet. We'll put the hole hundreds of yards away. Oh, a little bit like bowling. Fuck bowling. We'll put all sorts of shit in the way, like trees and bushes and tall grass. And every time you swing at this fucking ball, you feel like you're having a stroke. Fuck! That's what we'll call it! A stroke! Because every time you miss, you feel like you're gonna fucking die! Fucking hilarious. That was very truncated, by the way. That skit goes on for probably like a good 5 minutes, just FYI. Oh, kind of like pool. Ah, oh, fuck pool. The stick will be all fucked up and bent at the end. I don't know. That's where it says pool, croquet, and bowling, if I'm right. But yeah, but then also, like, you know, Jumanji, which obviously I watched growing up, and Blubber, and Good Will Hunting, and, you know, I watched, even, like, his darker stuff, like 24-Hour Photo, and Insomnia. And then, like, you know, he even had, like, commercials. Like, he named his daughter Zelda because he was such, like, a huge, like, video game fan, and, like, of, like, the Legend of Zelda series, which I also loved dearly for quite a while in my life. I admittedly haven't played Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, but I think Wind Waker is like one of the best games ever. We're so close to 3.5 million experience. Does anyone know off the top of their head how much experience is required to get to level 200? Because I think it's like 7 million. Means we're almost at the halfway point. That is fucking nutty to think about. The worst part is we still need to farm up a very hard mob in the mines. Which will, that'll slow down the experience gain a bit. I always forget about these two guys. I always think this flower is going to spawn next. %. I don't know if that's worth it to keep. I think if we were right, Gungers like do like a lot less damage than swords. Yeah, 100 ATP different. They do have like a wider arc and everything. Come on, buddy. I just can't imagine a situation where we use this. I'm just gonna drop it, fuck it. I'm pretty sure I have a better one for mine, like a better sword, like for mines too, than the one I'm currently using. I can't believe we haven't seen like a red slime since we came back either. That surprises me like a lot too. We've seen like one rare flower since we came back to streaming. Beautiful. I like when they line up like that. That was a really quick room. We're gonna be like really close to 3.5 minutes in this run. I should probably kill that Milkweed first. So I always get like double hit there. Really? That's a new one, man. I don't think I've ever seen that. Oh, you got the sound stop. I need to go back to town soon. Yeah, I should have waited. The time lost, like, getting hit versus, like, waiting is, like, so minimal. It's just... Got sniped by the Nano Dragon. %, hit ray gun. That's not bad. Pretty sure I'm better than that, though. Fortunately, it doesn't have a mod on it either. Which the whole reason, like, I'm saving like a ray gun is like when we get to Epsilon runs, like way down the line. You really want like a I think it's called Devil and Hell. Like, there's two different mods. One cuts HP to a fourth. And, oops. One is like an instant kill. It's not just Epsilon, by the way. It's like a lot of like Act 2 stuff, Episode 2 stuff. A lot of stuff has like really low shadow resistance, which is like basically the reason you don't use it like in Episode 1 is because like 1, this stuff doesn't have like enough HP for it to be like worth it. But like 2, like the shadow resistance like makes it much harder to hit. What is going on with this targeting? $10,000. It's gonna be close, man. I don't think it's. I don't know, man. I think it's gonna. It's gonna be so close if I hit like the 3.5 on this run or not. I messed up. Maybe? Yeah. I think it's gonna happen. I think we're gonna hit 3.5 million in the last room. Wow. Another guilty light. 0% across the board. I don't think it's gonna be the last room. I think we're gonna hit 3.5 mil in this room. I'm actually positive we're gonna hit 3.5 mil in this room. There it is, 3.5 mil. I should not have done that in the middle of that. That would mean more if I knew like the actual total for XP needed. Yeah, walk away from that ledge, buddy. I'm gonna go to town after this run, and then I'm gonna take a quick break. Quickish break. Stop with the freaking... Another shit run. That run was actually pretty quick, by the way. It was like 27 minutes. Equip the Randall. $37 and $44 are maxes for these guys. I don't like that like at all, man. Uh, 15%. Goal is garbage. Yo, a 50% hit caliber. Nice. 50%, 45% gun. This is actually really good. %35 Vulcans. I don't think... I don't know why I checked that guy's shop. I don't know why I checked the second shop. Well, I guess I checked the second one for mono grinders, but... Yeah, see, I have this guy for mines, 45.50. And this guy for the other two, 40-40. Alright. I will be back in a few minutes. I am going to run like another ad, so I'll be gone for a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. When I was loading up that ad, hit the ad button, I saw that I lost a follower at some point today. And, I never know if it's just, bot accounts getting, gone. They get banned or what, because they'll follow you so they can, DM you or whatever. And, try to, do their scams. Or if it's, me ranting. Or if it's just, people who I'm, was friends with and no longer friends with. Also, I'm not going to apologize for, I've said, in the past, I am a bleeding heart liberal. And, not the people, the liberal that will be like, oh, I'm a liberal, and then still fucking vote for, vote red. I am, fuck ICE, I'll put it that way. Fuck ICE, fuck Trump. That makes... And if you don't agree with those things, fuck you too. I always laugh when I see comments on YouTube videos. Where it's just oh, I followed you because I like the games you play or whatever. You don't need to bring politics into it. It's just no, dude. You do. Because it's morality at this point, right? Anyways. I'm just at my point in my life where years and years ago I would try to be pretty neutral about it, but I think politics in general were a lot more neutral back in the day, you know? I remember the biggest fucking controversy with Obama was people kept asking for his his birth certificate because they kept saying that he was wasn't a United States citizen. And one, you have to be born in the United States to be a United States citizen. but two, like, it was just like a small group of people that like kept bringing it up like over and over. Like, yeah, eventually his certificate got shown and he was in fact like a United States citizen. And like the thing that kills me about like that, like in retrospect, is like he spoke English better than like 90% of Americans. And like was clearly like knowledgeable. Like the dude like went to, I think it was like Harvard Law or some shit. Like it was like one of like the more like, I know he had like a law degree. I just can't like, it might be just like Stanford or Stanford or Yale. I just. It's like the whole Sydney Sweeney situation, you know? Like, with her, like, influence, she should have, like, said something like all the other people. And, it doesn't have to be, like, you know, like, an extreme statement, like Selena Gomez, like, you know, crying on Instagram Reels for, like, 10 years straight. Like, it could just be, like yeah, I don't support ICE murdering United States citizens. I also realize, like, it's not necessarily that people, like, don't agree with, like, those politics. It's that, like, they just, like, don't want to hear it because, like, they're on Twitch to, you know, relax and escape. But also given the fact that I, like, insulted Asmongold, which is insanely popular. Mind-blowingly popular. My favorite thing, like, that I've seen, like, in the past, like, 6 months is, like, people showed, like, political affiliations of, like, our parties, as opposed to, like Europe, for example. And, like, even, like, you know, like, the Democratic Party in America would still be considered, like, very right-leaning in, like, Europe, for example. Like, that's, like, what I wish people would, like, realize, like, sure, like, AOC is, like, further, like, left than, like, you know, Biden was, for example. But, like, she's still not, like, socialist, like people like to disparage her by saying. Or Bernie Sanders, you know, for that matter. Like, they're still further right than, like, most politicians in Europe. And I just, like, find it, like, amusing, I guess, like, the juxtaposition of, like, how far right-leaning we are as, like, a country. It's like, maybe we're in the wrong, and we should go for the left-leaning. Because all these other countries are further, like, left-leaning, and quality of life is pretty high in those countries. Higher than our country. Ugh, I don't know, man. You know, back in the day, I had this like idea for like like an invention, I guess, which is actually becoming like more and more like feasible. But like basically, like you could like, you know, input like your like life or whatever, like in a sense, and change some parameters. Like if you say accepted like a job or like went to a different school or, you know, stuff like that. You know, like how like different like your life like would have been. And I think like with like, you know, I don't think we're there yet. Like I don't think like any like learning algorithm would, like figure that out at this point. But like, you know, maybe like in 5-10 years like that'd be possible. So I'd be like interested to see like, you know, like, you know, like what if like Al Gore got like elected, or like what if Hillary got like elected, or what if Kamala got like elected, or, you know, what if Trump like won the second term instead of like his third election, you know? I think it'd also be like pretty dangerous of like the whole like what if scenario, whole grass is greener scenario. It might be like, you know, because like it's already like an issue like where people like, you know, think grass is greener as far as like jobs go. So I think that might make things like worse. Or like, you know, what if like they did that to try like decide if they should switch jobs, and then like they switch jobs because like, oh, it's like, hey, like you're gonna have like a better life or whatever, but then like it doesn't follow like the thing as much as like they think it like it doesn't follow as closely as like they want it to, you know. Plus, there's like the whole issue of, you know, people roasting the glasses. Like, I feel like that could like make that like even like worse. You know, there's always that like age-old question like that. Oh, by the way, this is 35 million, not 3.5 million. And I did like look it up, by the way. Level 200 on GameCube is 83 million, so we're not even halfway there. And then on top of that, the experience from like level 199 to 200 is more than like the experience of like 1 to 100. So 83,227,000. So we're getting close, but it's like I think it's like 182 or something like that. It's like the halfway point. The other like crazy thing I have to bring up again. $4.8 million from 199 to 200. And it's like, to give you an idea, I'm getting like a fifth of that right now for like level. Just over a fifth. My point is that I think my numbers weren't terrible. 180 to get out of caves, 185 to get out of mines. And then maybe by 200 we have Psycho Wand. Either way, you know, I thought I was close to the halfway point, because I've heard like it's like 1,000 to 2,000 hours. You know, I've heard those numbers quite a few times to get level 200. But I think I'm gonna be like right dead like in the middle of it at this rate. You know, obviously like my earlier levels were slower because I was like farming like normal. I don't know, I should probably stop thinking about like the follower like loss, because it could be like anything. It could like literally be like someone like deactivating like their Twitch account, you know. It more than likely is like someone that like I was friends with or said something like poor bot. Like those are probably most common three, but I have a tendency like to lose friends over morals. Or I'll have like friends that like do some shit, and I'll just like ignore them and like not say not voice myself. That seems to happen a lot. Because I tend to like run away from like problems I have. I'm not a confrontational person. So. Oh, fucking kid's crying again. I've been streaming for I don't know how I even heard that, because I have like my headphones in and I'm like listening to music. That was luck. I never rotated the camera because I couldn't see like where like the stomper thing was. Please don't. Please split. That room was terribly, terribly done, because my buff wore off. I didn't want to pop my photon blast, because I have quite a bit of walking to the next room. Dude, this guy's gonna have like 2 HP. I bet I could have punched him and he would have died. Innocent garbage. Getting hungry again, man. I didn't eat all my Chipotle this morning. Like I was gonna eat half of it. Oh. Probably gonna take another quick break after this run to eat like a little bit of food and to check Melville Idol. I think like my issue with like losing weight right now is that like my like active burn calories is like so low because I haven't been like active in so long. It's like I'm not eating much calories like most days, and then like my cheat days obviously like I say cheat days like cravings days right now. Like I have like extra food, right? And like usually, you know, when my when I'm more active, like the calories burned is like making up for like the cheat meals. It's like, for example, like, you know, like that Chipotle bowl I get, it's like 1,000 calories, right? But like, what was that, 2 days ago? Yeah, Friday night, I had Chipotle, or Taco Bell at night. And I don't know exactly how many calories like that meal I get at Taco Bell is. But you have to figure, like, I'm over on that day, right? And then under on, like, the next 2 days. Is that Friday night or Thursday? I think that's Thursday night, actually. Although I think Jets is, I might get Jets today. So I think Jets is discounted because of the Blue Jackets. I should look that up, actually. But it's like, I think it's 50% off if they score 3 goals or more. We'll look that up after this run, too. Because I'll probably get Jets Pizza later. Jets Pizza is really tasty, but, like, it's expensive, so I don't really get it often. And plus, it hurts my mouth. Like, it bruises it. Because I'm a baby. My mouth hurts. I have soft mouth. I knew that was close. Went out of order a little bit there. You guys think I can level up today? I just need to do 10 more runs. Only like 5 more hours. You know, theoretically, if I don't want to take like a break before my buddy gets on, and I stream just until like my buddy gets on, and I don't, like, I can do it. Like in 2 levels in one day, it's kind of nutty. I can't imagine doing, because this is run 7. 17 runs in one day is a lot. I mean, that's 9.5 hours stream. Minimum. Plus breaks. Alright, let's take a drink of water. Should have my menu on. The hard thing about, like, quitting energy drinks, like, I no longer drink sweet things. And, like, I crave it constantly, like, right now. So I was drinking, like, pop before. But, like, pop's, like, I don't know if they're worse than energy drinks for you. But, like, I really make my mouth feel worse. Is that Red Slicer again? Oh my god, dude. How did we get 2 red slicers before we got the fucking Goldimer drop? It doesn't make any sense. %, cool. Garbage. NHL.com. Jackets scored twice. Jets half price. That's like the other thing that kind of like messes me up. It's just because I eat Chipotle so much. Like I feel like I have to eat like the whole Chipotle bowl, and then like so if I want like a cheat meal, like it's, you know, it basically 1,000 calories on top of whatever cheat meal. Like that pizza's probably 2,500 calories at Jets, which, you know, 2,500 calories is probably like what I should be having like every day, like for 5'11", 260, and 37 years old. But you add 1,000 calories on top of it because of Chipotle, it's just like you're over, you know. Or you add a pop, which is like 260 or whatever. Or you add like dessert. I don't know how much the desserts are. I don't even want to know, quite frankly. These brownies are too fucking good. That was weird. I think I didn't die. I thought I hit him with 2 full combos. Or a full combo. There used to be a site forever ago for Facebook where you could like keep track of your followers, like see like left and like came. They like shut it down. I desire peace. The other thing too, I think it's 10 hours, maybe 12 hours. But at a certain point, I have to like worry about splitting the video, like when uploading it to to YouTube. Kind of minor, but takes a couple minutes to do. That Golem keeps getting stuck on the ledge over there. It's weird because like it hasn't happened till today, and now it keeps happening. The good news is he's not required to open up the door. I mean, just kill him like along the way to the next door, but it's weird. I didn't realize I hit 900,000 Masada. Technically 1.9 million, but it's like a million in the bank already. Bowie 20. That one took me a while to get. Bunch of percents on that laser, but no hit. Camera, please. I don't need you to turn around like that. I can hit the button myself. This is awful. This room was awful. This is like a dumb thought I keep having, but like I keep thinking of like maybe like I misread like the drop chart, and like those guys don't drop red boxes, they drop blue boxes. Because there's like a few like on normal mode that like the rare drop is like a non-rare item. So I'm like, that doesn't really make sense for ultimate mode. But I keep like having that like lingering thought for some reason. We got a red box, we got a red box. Please, please, please. Another fucking photon drop. Oh my god, Goldblumers, you're fucking killing me, dude. I went on this rant before, but like the whole thing like that really annoys me like, about that is like the Goldblummer drop is like a 1 in like 1450 drop rate, right? Statistically, it just doesn't make sense to see 3 PDs before you see like its actual drop. It's really weird. Oops, I didn't mean to hit that. Whatever. Here's a burn to try food on accident. My shifted the band's gonna wear out in a second here. And I can't rebuff it because it's the mag one. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna run out in the middle of this room. I guess we're good. There it goes. I knew it was close. I thought it was slower than that. Someone's cooking something that smells good, man. Next door. I'm missing one. Bro, can I stop missing? I shouldn't be missing this much. I know like the first hit like has like a penalty. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna look up that Jets thing real quick. I'm gonna hit you with an ad though. I'm gonna check my Melver idle. You're not gonna miss any PSO or anything. And like look up that Jets deal too. Use CBJ50, large, one topping. What did I say it was? CBJ50. I'm confused. Detroit style deep dish, 8 corner. What's the difference? BBJ 50. You need to be logged in. Valid at 23 locations. $8.73. That's a deal and a half, man. I was gonna add that Road Kings game to my wish list too while I'm here. Iwi Productions. Let's make another one. Like, that's literally the first game. It also says coming soon to early access, but no release date. Whatever. I need to check one more character, and we're good to go with another run. I could show my screen, but I feel like Melrose got like the most boring thing to stream, right? I'm not positive about that, but I don't know. Seems that way. I've tried to explain like the appeal to like friends and stuff, like why I like this game so much, and it's so hard to like explain. Like it's I think it's just like the fact of like making like consistent progress. I guess like unless you're playing hardcore, you can't like really like lose progress. Anyways, exit Steam. Like, you know, like worst case scenario, like if you die like on standard mode, like you lose like an item, right? Like that's like the death penalty. You don't always like lose an item, and there's items that stop you from like losing items. I meant to eat some fucking food too. I guess can take bites reloading. Also, that code is only usable in Columbus. That's like why it's like only usable in 23 locations or whatever. Hashtag not sponsored. But yeah, once I don't know. I'm kind of like going between like let's stream for fucking 10 hours or and stream at nighttime and like watch a movie. What? That was weird. I'm 100% gonna get pizza though. I've already decided that. I'm gonna try to only eat half of it today, and then half of it tomorrow. That's the goal. I don't think that'll happen either. I'll probably eat, like, all of it today. The whole trip, I've said this before, but, like, the whole trip situation is just stressing me out. Vacations are actually a pretty big stressor in people's lives. A lot of people don't realize that. Like, but like it's like a stressor, like all the way up into the vacation, basically, and then like it becomes like less of a stressor, obviously, like when you're like actually there and everything. And, like you get back and like it's actually slightly a stressor too. Like when you get back, like getting back to like the normal. Like, overall, it's, like, a good thing, obviously, but a lot of people, like, don't realize, like, that fluctuation of emotion. And it's just, like, it's like a thing that's been studied. It's not, like, I'm just relaying personal information or whatever. I think part of me, like, knew stuff was gonna go wrong too, which obviously did go wrong, but we're good now. Yeah, shoot past like fucking Crimson Assassin to fucking Milk Week. That makes sense. I was like confused like why it didn't double split and then they just like stacked up on each other. That was weird. The only reason I noticed they were stacked up on each other because one froze and the one didn't. Good play. I just get to hit the button here. I also forgot to take a couple bites while the screen was loading. Dude, what is these misses? I swear I'm missing more than I leveled up before. It's so weird. Really? I couldn't shoot him because of the freaking item. That's why I kept targeting the Crimson Assassin first instead of Milkweed. I don't really think there's a good way to play that, honestly. Like, you're gonna get hit by the Milkweed or you're gonna get frozen, right? Unless the Milkweed doesn't drop an item. The other like cool thing about that Brandon Sanderson thing is like it might be like a chance for me to finally be like one of those people that's like, oh, the fucking books are better. Those like fucking insufferable people. You know why books are like always better? Like always. Like you don't need to say this. Like it's just it's always gonna happen. Because like Game of Thrones, for example, right? Is 7 seasons and like 7 books, right? Or 5 books or whatever the fuck it is. Each season's 10 hours of like each audiobook is like 50 hours. Like it just pure math at that point. Like you can't cram 4 times the content just because it's a visual medium versus like words, you know? Or like Harry Potter, like each book is a movie. You're taking 20 hours of audiobook and do a 2-hour movie, you know? Like Plus, like, even like in situations like when the adaptation's done, like they'll still say that, like Watchmen, which I think is like one of like the best movies. Guilty Light, right? Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was a gold one, but it wasn't. Like Watchmen, like where it's like what I would consider like a really well done adaptation and like one of my favorite movies of all time. Like sure, like you're missing like a little bit, like because like in the graphic novel they have like these stuff between the volume of the issues or whatever, like where it's like going into like backstory and like kind of like a diary of stuff. Just to get like more backstory, and like I was like, you know, the theatrical cut like completely doesn't, like the Black Raider is completely out of like the theatrical cut. So like when I say, like I'd probably give like all of them like a 5-star, like if we're being like real here, but like the ultimate cut is like by far the best one because like it's like the most complete one, you know. But even then, like, people will be like, oh, the adaptation's bullshit. And it's just like their reasons, like, I get, like, their reasons, but I don't think, like, it's enough to be, like, going from, like, a fucking great adaptation to a shit adaptation, right? Like, it doesn't ruin the fucking story and, like, the universe and everything, because they're stronger than they are in the comic books, right? The graphic novels. Like, Sally Jupiter kicks a guy and he goes flying 10 feet. Like, oh god, like, fucking movie ruined, right? Nah, like, fucking movie's still awesome. Harry Potter movies still fucking awesome. Like, not awesome, but really good. The later movies are really awesome. Early ones are like kind of childish, kind of point, I guess, but Game of Thrones, like, yeah, like the ending's like not like amazing, still awesome, right? I wish I could experience, like, Game of Thrones, like, the show, without, like, the public discourse around it. Just, like, which I think, like, would be, like, a net positive, like, overall. But I do think, like, obviously there's negatives to it, too, because, like, there's a lot of hype about... I mean, that show is basically responsible for, like, the whole spoiler culture being brought up to like the masses, right? And it's like weird because like as like a cinephile and like, you know, someone who's like been around film like for like, you know, since middle school basically, and like been ingrained like in a film culture since like middle school, like there used to be like discourse around like the fact like that if a movie included a stinger, like, that would be considered a spoiler. It's not, like, what the stinger's about. It's, like, the fact, like, whether there was a stinger or not. And now it's just, like, you have, like, websites, like, dedicated based off, like, finding that out. And then on top of that, like a stinger for, like, a Marvel film is expected. And, like, they're like, oh, how many stingers are there? Like, it's just, like, something that people talk about. They're like, oh, you know, stay, like, there's 3 stingers, so stay, like, you know, through the whole credits or whatever. Like, that would be considered, like, a spoiler back, like, in, like, the day. But it's kind of, like, weird to see, like, the two cultures, like, kind of clash and come to, like, a middle ground. You know, because like the whole thing was like the cinephiles were likely to do the credits anyways, because it's like a respect out of like the people who made the film, right? So they're like sometimes like they got rewarded with extra content from that film. But at the same time, like, you know, like that stinger can like drastically change like the movie, right? Like, think about the Gray, right? Like there's that heavy breathing, like that's like the stinger for spoilers for the Gray, I should say, but the movie's kind of like an ancient movie and also like 2010 or something like that. I feel like it's past culture reference point, whatever. That's like the other thing too. So like for like Lord of the Rings, for example, like there's like a lot of discourse because those books have been out forever. So like these spoilers like still exist because like, you know, like they're faithfully adapt. It's not like they're making like, you know, artistic changes or whatever. They're trying to faithfully adapt like the source material. So it's kind of like, you know, there's a group of people who would say it's like your fault for not reading the source material, right? Like, or like remakes for the same way. Like, oh, you haven't seen the fucking original that came out in 1950? Like, dude, I haven't seen every fucking movie ever, I'm sorry. Speaking of movies, so this is like a kind of a weird thing, right? And I'll admit that's kind of weird. And I was gonna post like on like a movie subreddit about it, like Letterboxd or like movies or something like that or True Film. But like, so one of my favorite movie reviewers, David Ulrich, I don't know how to pronounce his last name. He like releases like his top 25 like every year, right? And in general, like I think like our movie tastes are pretty fucking similar, right? But like, I'll sit there and like be like, oh, I haven't seen this, let's watch this or whatever, and you know, basically try to watch his like whole top 25 list, which, you know, like a lot of those like would be on my top 25 list if I made a top 25 list. But then like, and I'm not even exaggerating about this, at least half of them will be like subtitled foreign films. So like it gets to points like where I'm watching like, you know, 3, 4, 5 nights in a row watching subtitled films, and it just like there's like I feel like there's like a mental fatigue that comes like along with that, because like one, I feel like I'm getting like a detracted experience of watching a subtitle film because you're sitting there reading subtitles, so you can't like watch like the actors perform as much, right? It's just, I mean, you know, you have one set of eyes, you can't like look at two places at once. But like, you know, your eyes are constantly shifting back and forth too to try to get like, you know, like that, absorb like the subtitles and what the actors are doing. And then, like, on top of that, like, I have a cat, right? And he likes to sleep on my lap if I am sitting in my chair watching a movie, right? But, like, you know, sometimes he gets up and, like, shifts position or whatever. And, like, the subtitles are almost always at the bottom of the screen. And, like, you know, like, if I'm, like, laying back in my chair, like, he's blocking, like, the bottom end of my screen, so I can't even, like, read the subtitles. So I have to either pause the film or, like, you know, sit up. It's just you know. just adds like that mental fatigue. Of course, we're a problem, right? I do like wonder, like, you know, if this is like a common issue. I'm assuming it's a common issue, based solely because I have like friends who straight up like refuse to watch subtitled films. I don't know if they're still that way, but they were growing up. So like, I don't know, like, it's got to be a thing, right? Like, I'm not crazy. Maybe like a lot of people don't want to admit that because they don't want to be seen as disparaging foreign films, but I feel like that's 8. We're gonna hit up one more. That's... This group is so chaotic, trying to figure out like if you split them all and... Oh, fucking another guilty light, bro. 0% across the board again. Run number 8 done. Off my face with Chipotle. Has been sitting out for 5 hours. I'm sorry, 4 hours. Man, I was gonna watch 28 Weeks Later, like the second one, last night, and Netflix has 28 Days Later and 28 Years Later, and I think they have the sequel to 28 Years Later, the Bone Temple one, but they don't have 28 Weeks Later. I'm like, what a fucking... Like, how does this, like, happen? And like 20 days later is like leaving soon too. But like, you think they just sign that contract for like the same amount of time, or maybe like a week later for like the sequel. It reminds me of this rant like I saw forever ago on YouTube of this guy trying to talk about like watching like the whole Pokemon animated series. And it was like, Seasons 2 and 5 are on Crunchyroll, and 1 and 3 and 4 are on Netflix, and 8 and 9 are on Hulu. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? It's actually like a lot more complicated than that too, because like there's like the mainline animated series of Pokemon, and there's like offshoot ones, and he goes like on about the offshoot ones too. I was trying to do the math in my head because I'm like I whiffed weirdly. I think it's just because like he's at the thresh of the range. I think that's like why I keep missing the guy. You feel like it's all wild. I had to double read that because I saw the 5. I'm like, is that 50-50? It's 15-15. Yeah, the only thing is if I stream until my buddy gets on, like I will like go AFK for like 10 minutes or whatever to go pick up that pizza. Or at some point. Is my mag back to 100%? Yeah. Tomorrow I plan on streaming too, just FYI. But I do have some stuff I have to take care of. So I can't promise like when I'm gonna be on or anything. I've been trying to shift my sleep schedule unsuccessfully to be like a more morning person. It's just like not fucking happening for whatever reason. Like my body seems like to naturally like want to wake up like at 11 a.m. And I think it's because like last time I was like unemployed. That's like when I would wake up. I don't know. Damn it. Really? I kind of wish we'd get like his drop first, the slime drop first. Because like, I think that'd save like the most time. We wouldn't have to split slimes anymore. I could count the slimes too, and then times it by 4, and like that's basically what I'm killing every run, more or less. Give me an idea like how close I am to parity. But we weren't always splitting slimes, because I completely forgot about that. Like, what? So it's about like a minute to kill like those 4. So we're not really like losing much time like going all the way for the gold boomers. My toes are getting cold. Fat cat, come downstairs. That was really good. I don't think I've done that room that well. I guess I messed up this guy, but barely. Nice. On. Lots of percents, but not the ones we need. What a fucking breakdown. I just realized I kept calling my summon dragon the Nano Dragon. I don't think it is called Nano Dragon. Because that mob is called Nano Dragon. I don't know how I'd look at that. Photon Blast. Barla. Is that right? Farla? Farya? One of those two. Farya or Farla. There's like some weird dialect in there. I shipped into bands and be all fuckered up on this run since we popped the Photon Blast there. The weird thing is, like, I knew like that, like the shift into bands called Mila and Eula, and like the one that rains down like the Heaven's Punisher stuff, that one's called like Pilla, I think. It fell off my desk, bro. Relax. I know it's by your scratching head. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at my cat. That's the other thing I don't like the... I don't like the idea of like leaving my cat like alone for like a month with that trip, but... You do. That's actually pretty good timing for that to fall off. To 100% should like last these next 2 rooms. I didn't mean to pick that up. Bro, what is this fucking music playing right now? Oh, it's probably landmarks. The fish. Yeah, it's 100% landmarks. I feel like that's pretty good slime, man. Like the double slime, I feel like that's one of the better ones. And then we have like that garbage. Alright, we're gonna do at least one more run. I don't know, what I'm gonna do after that. But one more run puts us at 10 runs. The sun's setting. It's 5:30. Well, it will be 5:30 by the time we're done with this run. On a Sunday. This is a bad spot to stand. We're a little early, but I need to figure out like what to do with the photon drops too. Oops. Do that so much, shoot between the two. I forgot about these guys again. Glad I picked that up. Get a couple bites in. Those are really two small bites. That's a beefy Disca, 25, 35, 20. Still not good enough, though. A lot of the problem with like the whole Disca thing, and percents in general, I guess, like the way like the percents like work in this game, like the higher like you are, like the better it is, right? So like Forest, from my understanding, Forest 2 would be Caves 1 the same, but then Caves 2 would be better, then Caves 3 would be the same, then Caves 3 and Mines 1 are the same. And then Mines 2 is better than Mines 1. And then Ruins 1 is the same. If I remember right. I could be misremembering. Been a minute. But regardless, like you're more likely to get better items in Ruins 3. Like that's like the best items you're likely gonna find. As far as like percents go. I might be like thinking like maybe it's like the caves. Maybe like the forest boss is Caves 1. I know there's like some overlap, I just can't remember like what overlap happens. No, he froze and then it's out of... I didn't know he froze. My gosh. Why am I so bad at this game? I was like sitting there thinking, like I was like sitting there going off like a political rant earlier. Like what I should have done is be like, put a 1 in chat if you support ICE. You know, because like so many people like lurk in my chat anyways. So like, oh look, fucking no one put a 1, no one supports ICE. Fucking. It's pretty bad, like my stepdad, he's been conservative as long as I've known him, right? And like he unashamedly voted for Trump all 3 times, right? And even he is like saying that he needs to go, as in like get fucking out of office, you know? Like, be impeached. That being said, like, you know, I think he'll still vote red, like, next time, too, like, next election, but... The weird thing is, like, the last, like, Republican, you know, like, I guess, like, the only one I really remember is Bush Jr., you know? And, you know, I was still pretty young when he was in office, so I don't, you know like, a lot of, like, the ins and outs of, like, what he did, but... Just, so I don't know if it's just... What do you... Really? What is that garbage? I hit him like 2 shots out of 6. Dude, what the... This is probably the worst I've ever done this room. Awful. I don't know. This is like already like my longest like run or stream since I've been back. But I do think I'm just gonna end it after this. It's also Sunday, like where I feel like more people stream on Sunday, so I don't like get like people hanging out with me, you know. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say this is my last run of the day. And again, audio will be on likely tomorrow. But don't expect me on like later tonight or anything like that. We'll get some fucking pizza and watch a fucking movie and be fucking lazy. Maybe I'll watch Frankenstein. I still need to watch that. That's like an Oscar-nominated movie I haven't watched yet. I think I'm gonna watch that. That's a good idea. It's like a nice, high-production, visually stunning movie that I don't think is subtitle. I swear to God, if it's subtitle, I'll fucking turn it off. I just need a break from the subtitles, you know? Watch fucking Mission Impossible or something. There's like no way, like, I think that's like one of the crazy things about this, like as opposed to like World of Warcraft, which is like a more predictable MMO. Is like there's no way to like reliably hurt stuff like in this. Because like they have that weird behavior of doing circles randomly. It probably makes like a better combat experience like overall, but makes melee a little bit weaker. Oh, here we go, Disco. Oh, crap, percents. Like, even that roar that they do, like, that is so random. At least it feels that way. I did manually stop, by the way, although I think I would have stopped by running into it anyways. I like instinctively pick it up just to save time. If my buddy's on, I'm gonna raid him, but I haven't been raiding people since I don't have a bunch of people in here. I don't want to be one of those guys that raids a big channel with 2 people, you know. Always feels weird to me doing that. I should probably follow more small viewer channels. I mean, I'm a small viewer channel, right? You know, technically. I just feel like the small viewer channels appreciate raids more, too. Because it's really hard, when you start streaming out, you have, you're basically rambling to yourself for hours on end, and then you know, you're there's no one even in your chat, so you know, no one's listening to what you're saying. Get another red box from Fulmer. Photon drop or kill site photon drop? It's not the worst thing to get, but It's not looking good, guys. Got one room left that's, you know, got drops in it, possible. Is 5 like the max you can hit with the sword? I just realized I can't fucking rebuff because I had a photon blast and it falls off like right afterwards. It's funny. Come on, pop up. There we go. No, okay. I just said, don't walk that way, buddy. Oh wait, shit. Forgot about this wave. You fucking dick. Are you serious? Why are you fucking spamming that? Oh my god, dude, this is a fucking mess. I think we're recovered. Yeah, dude, that was awful. Come on! Oh god, dude, this fucking room. Nothing. Rootless night. Anyway, let me go check real quick. Got 3 people in here. My buddy's streaming. I'll still raid him with the 3 people. Nah, he's not. That's gonna be it. I'll see you again sometime